Hey, what's up, guys? Let's bounce off 25. Thanks. When are you guys gonna get it? Gherk is in and around everything. He's always with us and never with us. Guys are so weird sometimes. Congrats on being the oldest person here. Okay, whoa. Hold the fuck up. I am not. I think I'm the oldest. Bluth is like 47. Several of the people that have just straight up doxed themselves are like 5 to 10 years older than me. 56? Damn, Nick. Well, they say you're only as old as you feel. Do you feel 56? Thanks, alter ego. I'll take that as a compliment. Is the Ko-Fi voice thing on? You know it's gonna get blown up for your birthday later today. Ah, I could turn it up. Oh my god. Stereo microphone? Wait, does that change anything? Do I sound different now? What if I go like this and over here and then over here on the side and I just keep talking like that? Penis, 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 penis. No. Okay. You're a peach and awesome person, even if you don't have to be. Happy birthday, and may your happiness and sarcasm never end. Thanks, who ate my hat. I would have called it crippling depression, but I like where your head's at. Stop panning, I'm getting dizzy. No problem, guitar stuff. I'm glad you're making money with it. May your birthday be like the Epstein files and get a sweet release. A redacted release. Heavily redacted. Just expect like the standard, you know, just don't expect everybody to go to jail all at once. You know, we have to go through a like 12 to 16 month period of obfuscation, lies, you know, bullshit. Oh, it's a hoax. Maybe it's not, but it totally is. Or anyone to go to jail ever. Yeah, that too. Black bar, black bar, black bar, Clinton, black bar, black bar, black bar, Obama, black bar, Piggy. Pro tip: don't say happy Gherthday out loud, or people will look at you funny. The old we think you're all stupid, so we're barely going to try to cover our butts tactic. It's a good way to hedge off their just general incompetence. The problem with redacting or altering the files is that there's so many copies of them out there. Right, but that's going to only help aid the obfuscation of the information, or you know, help to hmm. Obfuscify? No, I already said obfuscate. Was Mike Johnson the only vote against releasing the Epstein files? There's some congressman from Louisiana. I mean, it's basically gaslighting. They're going to use, I mean, whatever mistakes they made in redacting data, if they made any, they're just going to try to obfuscate that, undermine the validity of it, and manufacture enough doubt, at least among their base, that they can get away with it, right? That's just what they do. So they'll call it a hoax more. They'll act really incredulous about it being brought up, like, "Oh, you're bringing up that hoax again, crazy person." Um, we're not gonna get any of that shit. Pam Bondi is gonna declare anything that would incriminate Trump or members of the members of the White House staff as being a national security threat, and classify those documents or wrap them up in alternative legal cases, where they may not come to light for years. Like, oh, can't talk about that. Sorry, it's being used in an ongoing criminal investigation. But we will get more great Bill Clinton getting his dick sucked memes. Can we talk about SPX? Yeah, I already wrote in chat earlier. Going under 20, big bearish. What's up, NW? Oh, you got my birthday off? Nice. Should be a national holiday. Discord audio, sir. I clicked the odds twice on here. Well, it's my birthday, hams. I also have your birthday off. Me too. Going to go out with your lady tonight? No, I don't think so. Yes, you can get a PDT for trading a Condor on IBKR. And yes, they do bang you for each leg of a spread, which really does suck. No problem, Hams. Little vol spike down at like 65.95. But Gamma's flat to the upside of spot. So some bot calls 25.30 that are still kind of propping us up here. There's a big ass synthetic long at 66.50. So be wary of that if we go above it. I closed a condor on Thinkorswim and it initially counted as 4 day trades, but the next day it changed its mind and said it was 2. Yeah, the broker can go back and correct it. You can actually call IBKR and have them fix a closed spread also. Because they just have to go back and retag the trade. Happy birthday. Thank you so much, Tom Tom. Thanks for always looking out for us degens with your wisdom and knowledge of the market. Of course, GS has been a game changer and a never-ending money printer. You're the J-Pow in the pickle jar. Thanks, man. That's what I've always wanted to be. 74-year-old Grateful Dead fan. Every day's a step closer. How many trades is a Condor on WeBull? One. Pretty sure it's just one. Although I don't know. I don't think I've had a PDT account on WeBull in some time. I could open one and find out. Bury? That one? Yeah. This thing's gonna dump, isn't it? So, like the 35 and 30 calls are closing, but there's still bot call support at 25 that's propping shit up. If we lose 25, then yeah, shit gets real bearish. Like, there's a synthetic short at 66.20. Bot puts pretty much all the way down back to 6600. Where there's shockingly very little sold put support. So we could even slide under 6600 technically, like 6590. Happy birthday, man. Glad to have found this community years ago and gained an actual financial education through you. Thank you for all you do. Thanks, cool daddy. Hmm. No, it's not particularly bullish. What's up, J Bets? I'm not getting a perm. The candles are not birthday candles this year. Yeah, Nuke is slacking. I'm not 50 years old. Thanks, NW. I'm 4 months older than you, and it just doesn't feel right given the relative maturity and the fact that you have repeatedly called me dad. Despite that not even being possible. Also, get your prostate checked. How fucking old do you think I am? Alright, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Eric is the world's most advanced 7-year-old. My doctor started doing prostate exams when I turned 30. Yeah, but you're like in Ohio, you know? There's reasons. There weren't any neighborhood youths where my home was. It was a gated community full of retired millionaires. Can I get a referral to that doctor, please? Trying to get some fingers in your butt. How come there was such a big change in implied move with the morning update? Change in OI. Closed contracts. Trump's yapping about the Fed. Nice. What's your thoughts on JFresh's NVIDIA 200C play? I think JFresh might not know how to read our data or understand, or possibly understand how dispersion works. I mean, he does, but I'll be nicer. He's still making a bet on a coin flip. You're talking about NVIDIA? Yeah. No, we tested 20. There goes 20 is like 68, 17. Is that better or worse than his normal bets? The same? I just want you guys to know that every time anybody's ever followed JFresh into a trade, they've both lost money. So we'll see if Gamma Strike changes that. Ask me how I know. See, personally, I think all those fucking calls are bought. All the calls to the upside of spot on the video. Like everything from like 190 out to like 210. I can't help but feel like this could be just like the first time the pickle jar shorted NVIDIA. Mm. I think the earnings are a coin flip. Probably slightly favored toward positive, but Wait, did the BLS cancel the jobs data?
They always want to be. You know,
Oh,
when people
Jesus
are
fucking
born
Christ.
someplace, they tend to want to go, and we have the greatest country in the world. We have the greatest country in the world, but they want to go. And what they're going to do, we had one case in Georgia where a battery factory, batteries are very dangerous to make. They're complex, much more complex than people understand. And they spent $1 billion to build a factory. And they were told to get out. And I said, stop it. Don't be stupid. And we worked it out. And now they're teaching our people how to do it. But they're going to have to spend, Jensen, I don't think you can open up a big plant with your friend from Taiwan where we're going to have 40 or 50% of the computer chip business at I don't think you can do that with people that don't even know what a chip looks like. Do you agree with that? So somehow, you know, the people that are against this are really,
Is he talking about Americans?
unbelievable patriots, but they just
Americans don't know what a chip looks like.
People have to be taught. This is something they've never done. And we're not going to be successful if we don't allow people that invest billions of dollars in plant and equipment to bring a lot of their people from their country to get that plant open, operating, and working. I'm sorry. So my poll numbers
Ooh, we
just
lost
went down,
20.
but with smart people, they've gone way up. They've gone way up. And I mean that. So for those of you,
So he's calling the majority of people stupid. Well, that's true.
Great job, and you're going to teach our people how to do it, and our people are going to be just as good as your people ever were in not such a long period of time. Since the election, the stock market has set.
I wonder what martial arts Donald Trump knows.
46 all-time record highs.
Like, do you guys think he has a black belt in anything?
Amazing, and it's lifting up the Americans and American economy like nothing's.
I wonder if I could get him to sing me "Happy Birthday, Mr. President."
There's never been a period of time like this. Wages for hourly workers are rising at the fastest pace in 60 years, and real
He's a BJJ specialist.
$200 a year, and that's good, and that's spending. They're going to spend. They're going to buy many of the things that you're making. In 9 months, we've lifted over 600,000 Americans off food stamps, and that's happening rapidly. You know, when we had the problem 2 weeks ago on the SNAP, and they talked about all of this, the numbers. So when I left, which was a rigged election, by the way, but that's okay. You know, they used to go crazy. I'd say rigged election. Oh, nobody complains anymore because now they realize it was, and it's been proven, and it continues to be proven. But when I left, that number was $7 billion. Now it's $47 billion. That's Biden. So if you think about it, if Kamala, who's the same basic thing, grossly incompetent, he was incompetent. They're all incompetent because their policies are incompetent. Open borders, men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody. I mean, they got the worst policy. I don't talk about it too much because if I talk about it, they might change. So, no, I don't talk about it. I tell people, don't talk about it. Wait till 2 weeks before the election and hit the hell out of them. Right? We talked about that, right, Elon? Said
Yeah.
We wait 2 weeks before.
Thank you so much, Donkey.
Like at a war. Don't shoot yet. Don't shoot.
Enjoy an appetizer or something.
Hold your fire. Don't shoot. Okay, now you can go. 2 weeks before. But I watched a guy the other day, a congressman, fighting for men playing in women's sports. And
lifted Americans off of food stamps is an interesting way to describe that.
The man was
truly
119 pounds higher than a woman champion who was a phenomenal champion. Beat her by 119, and he was an average lifter prior to transitioning. A lot of the Saudis that are sitting here saying, what the hell is he talking about transition? They don't do a lot of transitioning. They're sitting here, the Saudis are saying, what is he talking about? They're saying, what do you mean women are playing against men? No, that doesn't happen, does it? Yeah, it does. These people are crazy. 1.9 million more American-born workers are employed today. Think of that, than when I took office. So we picked up almost 2 million workers. And more Americans are now working, as I said, than at any time in the history of our country. Under Biden, 1 out of every 4 new jobs went to increase the size of the federal government. So in other words, 1 out of 4 was a federal worker. Well, I love our federal workers, but
Hey, look, it did the thing I
that's
said
not
it
the
would
way you
do.
can build a country. It's a short road to a disaster. Under my administration, 100%.
Thank you, slot machine.
Think of that. Of all new jobs created, came out of the private sector. In fact, the federal government, we
Dad, not dad.
thousands and hundreds of thousands.
Thanks for
of
sharing all
jobs
the
out of the
wisdom you've
federal
gained over
government.
the decades with
Now,
this young
if I wanted
whippersnappers.
to
Are
do
you older
something
than me
for
too,
purely
Blanca?
political reasons, I'd say, Susie, let's hire a couple of million federal workers. And you know what happened? Unemployment is unbelievable. We don't do that. They did that. They used to hire workers in order to fudge up the numbers. The federal workers. By the way, Susie Wiles, most powerful woman anywhere in the world by the biggest, most important magazine. Susie Wiles, she had a father, Pat Summerall, the great announcer of football. He was a great football player, became an even greater, the voice of the NFL, and he was supposed to be a tough cookie, and I believe it 100%. Most powerful woman in the world. She can take out a country, take out a country with one phone call. That's power. I don't know if I could do that, but she could. Thank you, Susie.
Remember that American
You feel
Dad
good
episode
about
where
the job
Stan,
you're
a
doing?
conservative, lived as a Muslim and loved it?
She's never going to be satisfied. She's doing
Trump
a great
is
job.
Stan
We're
in
also
this
making
moment.
incredible
Yeah.
strides to make America affordable again. That's a new word that they're using. Affordability, they talk. They had the worst inflation in history. They had the highest prices in history. The country was going to hell. The only thing that we're going up in is our stock market, okay? The only price that we really have, I mean, we're bringing prices down, but they came up with a new word, affordability. And they look at we were all about affordability, and everyone assumes that that meant that, no, their prices were high. If you look at the numbers, since I took office, core inflation is now below 2.7%. It was at numbers that nobody had ever seen before with them. Walmart just announced that the cost of their standard Thanksgiving meal is reduced by 25% this year from last year. So they make, look, the Democrats, I don't know, some of you are probably liberal Democrats. I don't know about in your country. I don't know if you know that word, liberal. The word liberal doesn't exist. But they have a new word now. You can't use liberal, you have to use the word progressive. And I don't like using it. It's a beautiful word, progressive. Progressive, that's not them. They're regressive. No, they're regressive. Think of it. So if I don't get in, we have $20 trillion. Let's say she gets in. Instead of $20 trillion, you'd lose $10 trillion, and your welfare and other benefits would go up by 30%. Look at SNAP. Look at what happened there. From 7 million to 47. From 7 billion to 47 billion, it would be that. So we would lose business, countries and companies and people would flee our country. They would flee, and all of the other things would go up. In other words, would end up with a shell of a country, and I'm being nice when I use the word shell. This country would have been in big trouble, and I don't want to get him in trouble. But that gentleman right there, the most respected man in the room, that's today because we're here. Most respected man, I have to say that. Don't worry, when I'm with other countries and the leaders sitting there, I say the same about them. Don't worry. Don't get carried away. No, the most respected, one of the great leaders, he told me when I was in his country, he said, and I use it all the time. Sometimes I refer to him because I have great respect for him. I figure it sells better. But he said exactly these words. He said, it's amazing what you've done. 1 year ago, your country was dead, and now you've got the hottest country in the world. You were the first one that said that. And I've used your name hundreds of times.
What the halal
I
is
use your
going
name,
on
I say
here?
that King of Saudi Arabia said. But anyway, but it's true. We were a country that was in really bad trouble. We were a country that would have been dead, I believe, within a year or 2 years after the election. We were headed in a very bad direction. And now we're headed in the best direction I think that we've ever been headed. According to the USDA, Turkey is down, think of that, 33%. And I'm not talking about the country of Turkey. He's doing fine. Erdogan is doing good. Just want to, I don't want him calling me. I'm not down 33%. He's a friend of ours. We got to take care of our friends. Since March, egg prices are down 86%. Think of 86%. Many other prices are down in a similar number. When I first came into office, my first 3 days, I had a news conference, and they started screaming at me. Those people, that's a lot of people back there. Look at all the fake news. They started screaming at me, eggs, eggs. I didn't know anything about it. I said, what's going on with eggs? They're up quadruple. I said, I've only been here for 3 days, and we'll work on it. And we got them down very substantially. They said, don't buy eggs for Easter. At the White House, we have an Easter egg hunt. We buy thousands of eggs. The people come from all over, thousands. They asked me, sir, would it be possible this year to buy plastic eggs? I said, I'm not buying plastic eggs. The kids are going to pick up an egg. They're going to, what the hell kind of an egg is this? And we bought maximum number of regular eggs, and we got the prices. Brooke Rollins did a great job, Department of Agriculture. She did a fantastic job. And eggs are way down now. Mortgage rates are down despite the Fed. Scott, you got to work in this guy. He's got some real mental problems. No, he's something wrong with him. It's just sweet. I'll be honest, I'd love to fire his ass. He should be fired. Guy's grossly incompetent. And he should be sued for spending $4 billion to build a little building. I'm building a ballroom that's going to cost a tiny fraction of that, and it's bigger than the whole thing put together. You got to work on him, Scott. The only thing Scott's blowing it on is the Fed. Because the Fed, the rates are too high, Scott. And if you don't get it fixed fast, I'm going to fire your ass, okay? I can't tell you, Scott, sir, don't fire him. Sir, please don't fire him. He's got 3 months to go. Don't fire him. I want to get him out, Scott. Please. He's the voice of reason. You're very lucky you have him, I'll tell you that. Done a good job. I think Howard's a little bit more for firing him. Right, Howard? I think Howard would say, get him the hell out of there. Anyway, well, congressional Democrats wanted the largest tax hike in history. They wanted to raise your taxes by 42% of you, 44%. I proudly gave you the largest tax cuts in American history. Don't forget, the great big beautiful bill doesn't kick in until January 1st. So all these numbers that you're reading about, all these great numbers, that's without the tax cuts. The tax cuts take effect on January 1st, and that's no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. Even people that go buy a car, they've never had this. Middle-income people don't know what the word deduction is. They don't know. This room, they live on deductions. Me too. How much of a deduction do I get? We all live on it. Middle-income people, they don't know about that. They don't really have deductions. We're giving them a deduction on the interest if they buy a nice Tesla car and they borrow the money. You're so lucky I'm with you, Elon. I'll tell you, has he ever thanked me properly? Although I do let him buy other than electric cars, but these are minor details. We had a mandate, which even Elon thought was ridiculous, that everybody has to have an electric car by 2030. And once, fortunately, he said, that's a ridiculous thing. So I keep quoting, but I'm giving them a deduction. Now, Elon would like to have it differently. A deduction only if you buy a Tesla, right? But we'll let it be for everybody. But think of it. You get a deduction on the loan.
Pretty disturbing. Trump affirms his people, but every now and then jokes, threatens to fire them.
I think it's one of the biggest things.
How he rolls.
And we'll see, but I think it's going to be. And the biggest thing I've done for business and jobs is deductibility, where all of that money that you're spending, 100%, think of it, expensing for all new equipment purchase, factory construction, including structure. Every single thing you're allowed to deduct expensing 1 year. And that's what made our first tax bill, in my opinion, more than anything else, bringing your money back in. We have that, we have everything. Trillions of dollars, hundreds of billions, but trillions of dollars. Apple alone, Tim Cook brought in hundreds of billions of dollars. You couldn't do it under the old tax code. You'd have to pay so much tax, and just the bureaucracy of it. We made it very simple. We charged a fair rate, and we took in billions. Well, we have that. But the expensing, to me, was the thing that made it so successful. And the other thing is all of those tax cuts that we got, that was the largest tax cut in history. On top of adding to those cuts, we extended the original tax cuts. If we didn't extend, you would have had about a 58% tax increase from that point, and we were able to get that extended. So I want to thank the Speaker of the House, and I want to thank John Thune. And a lot of people thought that bill, because we put everything into that one, we took 4 years worth of things and we put them into the great big beautiful bill, and we got it passed. It was close, like about a quarter of a vote. It was on fumes. We thought for a couple of moments we were not going to be able to get it. Then we would have had to have it in 9 or 12 or 14 different bills. And I don't think we would have gotten many of them approved. We would have gotten some easily approved.
You might have been tempted to think it's absurd that Americans have twice elected a man who understands literally zero things, but really nothing could be more fitting. This man is every American
in history for people and for businesses. So
happy birthday, dude. I appreciate all that you do. Hello from Italy. Ciao. 100% paid for with your help and tons of sold calls over 6850. Nice, dude.
And I've already slashed more than $1 trillion worth of regulations this year. My last term, I gave the largest regulation cut in history, and now we're doing it again. In fact, for every new regulation, they're mandated to cut 10. And so far, it's for every new regulation, they've cut 30. So they have the idea. And very importantly, we stopped Joe Biden's radical crusade to kill oil and natural gas. Somehow, I don't think Saudi Arabia would like me too much if we could decide to kill oil and natural gas. There's nothing like it. It works. Windmills don't work. Other things, I don't want to get into it too much, but they don't work. What does work is natural gas, oil, nuclear, and other things. But the windmills are a disaster. I am the biggest negative person on windmills. They ruin your locations. They ruin. When I look at some of these countrysides that are littered with windmills, and every time it goes around, you lose money. The country loses money. It's a disaster. And I just hope that some of these countries that are losing their ass, we have countries that are going bankrupt because they're putting windmills all over the place. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money with energy. And we talk about oil, and we talk even clean, beautiful coal. I said, you're not allowed to mention the word coal unless you precede it by saying clean, beautiful. So I have my people in the office, they're talking about coal, right? And they're going,
10-minute window rent. No, it's about coal, I think.
Very well, sir. And then 2 minutes later, clean, beautiful coal. Then he mentions the third time, sir, coal. No, it's clean and beautiful because it needs a public relations help. Coal needs a little help, public relations-wise. So we refer to it as clean, beautiful coal, and it does have its place. That I can tell you. But we're streamlining permitting for all new energy projects, all new mining projects, and what used to take 28 days is now down to very little. But we had times when, not 28 days, we had times when things would take 14, 15, 16, and even 20 years to get approved. We have a maximum day, 28 days. That's the maximum it'll take. It'll never take more. You can come in with $1 trillion factory. You can come in with what it takes. A maximum of, you don't have to go years and years and years, be abused by bureaucracy. If you build a plant now, you're going to have your plant done within 28 days. And a lot of you are all, because I see everyone shaking their head, you're all agreeing. We're getting you approved by very smart people quickly. You know, when you used to walk in with plans done by the best engineers in the world, thousands of pages, and drop them on some guy who's been there for 28 years approving environmental impact statements, and he's looking at pages that he's never seen, and he's supposed to approve it. He has no idea what the hell is in those
Your old
pages.
pick on Generax clean
So
bounce
you
and
know what we're
upside
doing. We're
movement,
gonna
bullish
get
onto
maximum is
160.
28
Thoughts?
days. That's why we have so much under construction, and people can't believe it. They can't believe it. And again, remember what I said, most important thing, you're building your own electric plant. You're really becoming a utility in addition to doing what you're doing. But you're building all of the excess, all of that energy, all of that electricity is being built. And your excess electricity, you can sell back
That was, I
to
mean,
the
that
federal grid.
that was
So
a
we even
seasonal
make it
play
there.
more
Under
than
the
anything.
deals
But
being signed
hold
this
on, let
week,
me look.
the world's two leading energy superpowers, America and Saudi Arabia, are partnering on energy like we've never partnered before. American Saudi companies
Yeah,
represented
it's looking
here
kind of good.
are joining on liquefied
A little hard to
natural
get back
gas,
above 150,
infrastructure,
but if it
constructions,
does,
and making
quite a
both
lot
of
of
our
interest
energy
out to the upside of
sectors. I
that.
mean, our sectors are becoming so strong. Just a quick story in Louisiana.
Looks
when
like
I
built
first
some
hit, I
support
got
up
there, there were two massive LNG
between like
plants.
135 and
One
140.
was under review for 14
Getting out above
years
145
was
and
being
150
rejected. The
are
other one
both
was for
pretty
18
significant.
years. The people of Louisiana, Doug, you know exactly.
I don't know
what
if I
I'm
like
talking
the
about.
current
And the one was $20
price
billion,
range.
one
I
was
mean,
$24 billion.
a better
like the
buy-in
biggest
would be
things,
somewhere between like
three Empire
32
State
and
Buildings lying
36.
on its side. It was
But
massive.
if it
And I
broke
said,
out
whatever happened
above
with those plants? Well,
150
sir, they're under review.
first,
How long has it
then
been?
I would
14
be
years
pretty
and 17
interested in
years.
it.
And they had given up. Massive investments were being made by other countries and the richest people. They couldn't get them approved. I got myself involved. Right, Doug? The first one I got approved in one day. The second one, I got a little cocky. I took my time. It took me 1 week. And they're both operating today, and they're tremendous.
Yeah, down at 137 would have been a really
I got
good
one.
buy.
Think of it. After 14 years,
I
in
will say
office.
that the chain
got
is
involved.
turning
I got
more
it done in
towards
1
bullish,
day.
but it's not bullish
been a
enough
tremendous
yet that I would
success.
go long without a
And made a lot
confirm.
of money for our country and for a lot
Especially
of
with
other
the
people.
state of the
And the other
indexes
one
right now.
took 1 week to get done. That one was under review, I think, for 14 or 15 years, both of them. So I'm very proud of that, actually. I also proudly ended the ridiculous Biden-era restrictions on artificial intelligence, and we will work closely with friends and partners like those in this room to build the largest, most powerful, most innovative AI ecosystem in the world, and we are going to work it so that you'll have a one approval process, not have to go through 50 states in the United States. You know, you can't go through 50 states. You have to get one approval. 50 states is a disaster because you have one woke state and you have to do all woke. You'll be back into the woke business. We don't have woke anymore in this country. It's virtually illegal. But you'll have a couple of wokesters, and we don't want to do that. We want to get the AI done, and I'm working with David. David's done a fantastic job. If he's here, I think he is. He is. Thank you. David's done a fantastic job. But we want one approval, one, and hopefully you have the right guy in the federal government. Hopefully you have the right president, but you have one approval, one approving body, not 50, not, hundreds of people all over the country looking at what you're doing. And basically you're forced to take the worst and the most onerous, right, Jensen? Are you happy with that, Jensen? Thank you. If Jensen's happy, I'm happy. But what's very important, we have to do that. And we have a couple of very good, very well-meaning senators that think every state should have a right to approve. We're not going to do that because that will not allow you to do what we have to do. And we'll get that straightened out. Together, the United States and Saudi Arabia are unleashing really the most incredible new prosperity together. And we're also making history and forging peace. And I've settled 8 raging conflicts, 8 wars. I've settled 8 wars. I have one to go. You know what that one is. I thought that was going to be my easy one because I have a good relationship with President Putin, but I'm a little disappointed in President Putin right now. He knows that. I thought that was going to be the easy one. I settled one war, 36 years I got it done in one day. I had another one, 32 years, millions of people killed. Even Congo and the Rwanda, they had 10 million people killed. It was out of control. I got that settled. I have a man's father who happens to be in this room doing a great job, right? Got that settled. I settled 8 wars, and I'll tell you, His Majesty would like me to do something very powerful having to do with Sudan. It was not on my my charts to be involved in that. I thought it was just something that was crazy and out of control. But I just see how important that is to you and to a lot of your friends in the room. Sudan, and we're going to start working on Sudan. I didn't think that that was one that was going to be so easy to do, but we're going to start working. Mohammed said, yeah, thank you. Thank you to you. No, it wasn't on my charts because I'm good at settling disputes, and I've always been. I've done very well with that over the years, even before this. But I was talking about the different wars, and look, India, Pakistan, they were going to go at it, nuclear weapons. I said, that's okay, you can go at it, but I'm putting a 350% tariff on each country, no more trade with the United States. No, you can't do that. I said, I'm going to do it. Come back to me, and I'll take it down, but I'm not going to have you guys shooting nuclear weapons at each other, killing millions of people, and having the nuclear dust floating over Los Angeles. I'm not going to do it. They said, we don't like that. I said, I don't care if you like it or not. So I was all set. I told Scott, 350% tariff to settle that war. If you don't, we'll make a nice trade deal. They were in the midst of a deal. Now, no other president would have done that. Another guy would have, like Joe Biden, doesn't even know what countries we're talking about. He wouldn't have any idea. There'd be no tariffs, no nothing. Just the whole world would go to hell. But no, I used tariffs to settle all these wars. Not all of them. 5 of the 8 were settled because of the economy, because of trade, because of tariffs. So I did this. But, and then I'll tell you what, the Prime Minister of Pakistan called me. Thank you very much. He actually said, I saved millions, and he said it in front of Susie. He said, President Trump saved millions and millions of lives. He doesn't even know that, but he saved millions of lives, and he talks about it. And I got a call from Prime Minister Modi saying, we're done. I said, you're done with what? We're not going to go to war. I said, thank you very much. Let's make a deal. But I saved a lot of people, millions of people, on many other wars. Azerbaijan, you know what was happening there? I settled that. That was going on for many, many years. Actually, Putin called me and said, I can't believe you got that one settled. We've been trying to settle that one for a long time. I said, don't worry about that. Just let me settle your frickin' war, okay? You don't have to help me. I don't need any help. I need help with your war. And it'll get done. But working with the Crown Prince was amazing because he mentioned Sudan yesterday. And he said, sir, you're talking about a lot of wars, but there's a place on earth called Sudan, and it's horrible what's happening. And I viewed it as being just sort of a freelance, no government, no this, no that, and he explained the whole culture and the whole history, and it was very interesting to hear, really amazing, actually, to hear. And, we've already started working on that, okay? He said that would be the greatest thing you can do. That would be greater than what you've already done. That was your expression. Is that a correct expression? Pretty good. So we're working on that. We started about 30 minutes after you explained to us the great importance of that. I view it differently now than I did just a day ago. But we also,
kind of at the top of the
as
block
we
calls
had a
here.
historic ceasefire. We ended the war in Gaza, and 2 days ago, incredibly, the
We got
United
another
Nations
hour
Security
until the
Council
FOMC
backed
minutes.
the Trump peace plan, and we have a great peace plan. We have peace in the Middle East. This is a strong peace too. They say, oh, it's tentative. It's not. This is a very strong peace. We have 59 countries signed on, and when there's problems, I'm getting calls from countries. They want to go in and lead the fight to solve the problem if we have any problems. But right now, it's looking very good and endorsed
Yeah,
They
it was the
endorsed the
20
United
year. It's
Nations,
I
what's
don't have
called
the
the Board
print
of
yet,
Peace,
but
chaired by a person
4.704
called
before
Donald Jacob.
$16 billion
I
auction.
accepted the chairmanship.
Bid to
They asked
cover
me to
was
be chairman.
2.4. So
That's
it
what I
looks like a
needed. It's just
2-point
a little more
tail.
work, but it's a great honor. That'll be the greatest board ever assembled. When do you see this board? This board will blow every board away. And I believe we're going to be lucky enough to have the Crown Prince
What's up,
be a
Willie?
very distinguished member of the board. But we're going to have the heads of the Board of Peace, and I think it will go long beyond Gaza and the Middle East. I can see that going long beyond. There'll never be anything like this in terms of, I know you all have wonderful boards, but this is going to blow it away. It's going to blow them all away, and it's going to do some really good. So in the coming months, the Crown Prince and I are going to ensure that the ceasefire and everything else that's going on that's so positive in the Middle East, hard to believe. I mean, I've grown up, peace in the Middle East. I used to have peace, peace, peace in the Middle East, but never happened. We have peace in the Middle East. It's an amazing thing. Nobody thought, 3,000 years they talked. Nobody thought it would happen. In just 9 months, our administration has achieved more than most other administrations achieve in 8 years. And we're leading again in just every country.
You're kind of kicked by the bounce.
You.
What
We
were you
want to win
betting
for
on?
ourselves. We want to help our allies. We want to change our enemies. We want to change our enemies. I'm being nice when I say it that way, but we want to change them. And if they don't change, we're going to be nasty. But hopefully we're not going to have to be nasty. But we want the world to prosper. We want the world to be safe. Our alliances are flourishing like they haven't before. And, you know, they're respecting America again. They didn't respect us. We were like a bunch of stupid people. We had a president.
Yeah, well, I mean, because of Vana hedging, if the price action to the
a flight
upside
of
stalls
stairs. We
out,
had
things will fail
people that
again.
didn't know what the hell they were doing. We were an embarrassment all over the world. But now we have people that are respected at levels that we've never seen before. So I just want to tell you that this is a group that I respect. I read every single name of every single person sitting in each and every seat, and I either know you or I know of you. This is an amazing group of people, and it really is headed by that gentleman sitting right smack center with 2 seats
Thanks,
in
Mr.
between him.
Maniac.
He wants plenty of room. And he's going to be the king of Saudi Arabia right now. He's the most distinguished gentleman. He's my friend. And thank you very much for what you've done for us, and we will always be with you. Thank you, Mohammed. I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, Trump's done talking. Oh, look, the video's already going up today. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Trump said whatever Jensen wants, or whatever makes Jensen happy makes him happy. Why would we want to talk about those things? Those are sad. You want to just talk about sad things? Saudi Arabian investment into the United States, which is where Trump turns when the world hates him, if you haven't noticed, is Middle Eastern oil money, is also just giving our money back to ourselves, which isn't really an impressive tactic. If it's not talked about, it doesn't exist. Just like BLS job data. You explain why cutting rates is bad for banks. So banks have a lot of negative carry on their books. In order to offset that negative carry, they've largely shorted the front end, um, and in shorting the front end to pay for that carry, they leave themselves extremely exposed to rate cuts. So the rate cuts are not exactly ideal for them. So that's one of like 80 reasons, but it is one. Thank you so much. I don't really I don't really want to go into the whole banks are massively overexposed to private equity leverage, but that's part of it too. Short paper. So bills up to 2 years. Also massively complicit in disguising the risk in PE. I mean, do we want to talk about this all fucking day? Because we can, but it's a lot. It's gonna get very boring. The market's waiting on huge bullish catalysts because we have a bunch of event vol that could potentially fall off. So put sellers are willing to pack on a little bit more risk today than they were previously, which makes sense, you know. So generally, like when the Fed first starts hiking, right? Floating rate loans, so like prime rates, SOFR spread, HELOCs, shit like that, they'll move in line with policy. And then the cost of deposits rises slowly. So so asset yields move up very quickly and funding costs move up slower, which helps central like which helps big banks like GSIBs and stuff a lot because most of their income, like at the core, is their net interest income, right? How much are they making off of, off of money lent and assets owned? Um, And so cuts tend to be really bad for bank margins. And so, you get a problem with, like, the cycle doesn't turn around symmetrically, right? And so, like, while those hikes are all like big beneficiaries, now the banks are sitting on, high yield savings. They have high yield time deposits, so their coupon rate, or the money they're paying out, is much higher. And they have like wholesale funding, so all of those rates have been forced up, and their mix of deposits have shifted. And so asset yields drop really fast because, the yield on assets is going to be tied to that, like, effective federal funds rate. And so, since non-interest deposits are already at like 0%, you can't reprice those lower. And the interest bearing deposits aren't going to be cut to zero without, losing a lot of total deposits. Um, and so, the spread that the bank is making on those interest bearing deposits is going to start to, like, shrink really rapidly. Um, and then on the liability side of things, your funding costs, are going to drop, but slowly, or maybe not even at all, which is kind of what we're seeing. And you'll frequently see this referred to as, like, asset sensitivity. Hmm. Hold on. And so, since cuts are usually a response to, like, stress in the financial system, right now the rate cuts have been validated by declines in unemployment. Um, you're basically seeing credit losses and delinquency and credit provisioning start to become more impactful. Um, and so earnings risks and capital risks and the cost of capital begin to rise. Um, and so you end up with, like, lower earnings and more credit uncertainty, which means, multiples have to contract, and bank stocks start to get treated as being, cyclical and credit sensitive, and not just benefiting from increased rates. So I hope that I hope that kind of I think that kind of explains it all. Zaddy, I'd like to wish you a happy 38th birthday, and may your Nvidia puts make bigly white this afternoon to celebrate. I don't have a lot of Nvidia puts, and the puts I have aren't for any time soon. I don't want to pay the implied vol costs for earnings, but I do have some. What's the expected move on NVIDIA? 11, almost 12% over the next 5 days. If you had to buy yourself a very expensive gift today, what would you buy? Oh, actually might buy myself an expensive gift today. I'm gonna buy myself a new wallet, I think. But I need a very specific one. And I've got to find it. The only place I can find. Huh? Um, I think it was, who made it? It's like, it wasn't Louis Vuitton. No, that's not it. It's, I don't even know if I can find it anymore. No, it's not Jenko. Oh, I think it was Versace. Or Chase. It might have been. Okay, it was Versace, but it's not that one. Son of a bitch. Yeah, I don't know. I can't find it anymore. Oh well. Do you have the upholstery or leather steel case gesture? Upholstery. But next time I'm definitely getting the leather one. Just because it's like easier to keep clean. I had to buy like a little carpet cleaner for this one. Hey Bert, Versace chicken teriyaki sounds like a 2000s indie brand. Noted. I'm getting one because I'm 28 with the back of a 58-year-old, and Gamma Strike is amazing. You should definitely. They're worth it. It's worth every fucking penny I spent on it, without a doubt. Maybe it wasn't. It's not Fendi. It's definitely not Louis Vuitton. Bottega? No, that's not it either. Son of a bitch. Wait, I found it. But that's the wrong color. Oh, and they're sold out. Ah! No. God damn it. Oh, I found it. Although it would appear they've just stopped making it. This is the wallet. But the only place that has it for sale is some obscure online shop in Thailand. And it's way too old. And unusually cheap. Well, I think, if my bot conversion is correct. Sounds legit. I know it's the Versace logo. Hmm. I'm gonna be at Bangkok in 2 weeks. That's not gonna help. October non-payrolls will be published in November employment report. Oh shit. So we're not getting NFP tomorrow? Do you think we could fall back under 6,600 today? Unlikely. Are FOMC minutes really going to make a difference? Well, we have FOMC minutes and we have NVIDIA earnings tonight. Loopring Layer 2 Jimmy crypto wallet. I'm very torn now. Like, I feel like my wallet has to be orange. But there is this one. And it's got a zipper. Or if I wanted something that would fit in better at the White House, you know? This is probably a little cooler. I like that one and this one. Why do you even need a wallet? Because I haven't replaced my wallet since I was like 22, and it's actually falling apart. Like the part that holds the cards has both a hole in the top and the bottom. So every time I open it, all of my credit cards fall out on the ground. Nice try. I'm not going to help you cheat on the poll, Bluth. I think I remember you talking about this in 2024. I also brought it up briefly in 2021. It's been a problem for a while. I don't buy myself things. Yeah, I also haven't gotten a new phone in some time, but I have to soon because the security updates are going to stop. But my phone works fine. I don't know why I need a new one. It doesn't make any sense. Thanks, Tuttle. That's exactly what money's for. Money is just for making more money. Can't spend money on shit. I only bring it up because you mentioned one. You wanted one years ago? Yeah, no. I'll get around to it eventually. I don't want the embossed one. Ooh, that was neat. I did not see that coming. But yeah, buy calls all the way up to the synth long at 50. Get some profit taking there? Yeah, a little bit on the 35 pits. Interesting. Yeah, some resistance here. Um, if NVIDIA holds fast, you think SPX can clear GNM? It's basically what I'm hedging for. Possibly? Not all-time high, but we could definitely get back higher. NVIDIA would really have to, they'd really have to impress at earnings for us to go back to all-time high. Ooh, maybe they'll pack back in all the Chinese sales that they cut, even though they still haven't gotten any of the money. Largest share buyback in history. I'd believe that. Any mattress recommendations? Cluffed. Why does it sound derogatory? Bot call support here. 30 and 25. It's KLUFT. Thanks, Red Ranger. Happy birthday to you too, man. Today is my birthday. Yeah. We were born 9 days apart. That's how I cling to my pickle jar fame. Nice. Mm. Support at 20. Failure there. Back to 6,600. They have a mattress for the price of a Toyota. The pigeon whale of mattresses. I mean, you got to spend your like a big chunk of your life in it. Yeah, well, we got a couple of minutes. Problem is, if FOMC doesn't indicate anything new, then we're just gonna go like kind of right back to where we were. Hmm. Hmm. Made 3 month salary in 3 days with puts and the occasional call on a bounce. Are you proud? It's very good, man. I'm glad to hear it. Interest is picking up to the upside of spot 50, 60. That synthetic long at 50 is getting huge going into FOMC, and there's a sold calls that squeeze out all the way up to like 66.85. Mm-hmm. And FOMC minutes are now out. Trump aides see no rush to levy promised semiconductor tariffs. Happy birthday, you centaur fuck. Real time data V2 is the shit. I'm glad you like it. Many participants suggested under their outlooks it would be appropriate to keep rates unchanged for the rest of the year. Ooh, rough. Many participants favored October's cut, though some among them said they could have supported no change. Almost all participants noted it was appropriate to conclude balance sheet reduction program on December 1st. No, they already cut. Most participants favored a Fed portfolio matching the composition of treasuries outstanding. Several participants highlighted the possibility of a disorderly fall in stock prices, especially in the event of an abrupt reassessment of AI related prospects. It has, Arnold. It has. Thank you so much, man. Well, this doesn't look like it's an announcement of anything bulls really want to hear. I don't know if that'll matter with NVIDIA earnings tonight, but it might. There's still bot calls out to 50. It haven't collapsed in any meaningful way. I'm gonna need to end that eventually. Yeah, that's not great. Despite price falling, DEX and GEX are rising. I'd be wary of that interaction. It's a little weird. Hmm. We'll see. There's a lot of bot puts, 30, 35. We still have bot calls out to 50. A lot of sold puts up at 45, 50 that it probably at least need rescued. There's the Fed minutes are hilarious. Several said December cuts could be inappropriate, immediately followed by many saw December rate cut as likely not appropriate. Yeah, 5 minute XX were falling while 15-minute was rising. Yeah, I know. Oh, A lot of sold calls at 66.75. So Bull's bailing on some of that out of the money positioning. They still have a lot of synthetic long at 45.50. So I kind of still expect them to do something with that. Uh, it's big enough that it's worth rescuing. I can't pretend to know you that well, but I dig your sensibilities and wider perspective on life and society. I hope you're getting all your required vitamin C and some joy from the pickle jar. I think I am. I am allergic to most fruits, which actually does make scurvy a real risk for me. Huh. I do take vitamin supplements. Getting some profit taking on at the money pits. XLF turned over hard after FOMC minutes. Yeah. Rough. Still have NVIDIA earnings at the end of the day. So there's still a reason to push for some mean reversion. Not a lot of reason, but some. Yes, NVIDIA. Correct. Thanks, Nutmeg. Appreciate it, dude. Thanks for sticking with us so long and teach us degenerates not to be degenerates. Also, Chemistrake is the coolest. That's what I like to hear. What do they do? Are they important? They make chips. The green ones. No, you didn't. Would you overpay on your taxes? So the federal government just made money off of you for an entire year. You should fire your accountant. He's about to fire me. Ooh, a little spike in 35 and 45 vol. 50's elevated. Skew's turning a little positive here. Since I've been financially married to you for 50 billing periods, I feel comfortable telling you to have a happy birthday and that I'll cancel soon enough. Shill. Thanks, Dave. This is dying. Ooh, bot puts 20, 15, 10, and 05. Yeah, it's on the table, but we still have to lose 20 to get there. Oh, damn. Did you did Mike change his name? I feel bad, Greg. Here it is, your Gherthday, and I've been in meetings the last 2.5 hours. It's alright. Call me crazy, but I still think they try to pump it into close. I wouldn't be fucking surprised. Hmm. You're a kid, it was your birthday, so you brought in cookies to the whole class. Can we have 6,600 closed cookies to celebrate your birthday? Mm, it's not looking bad. 6,605 bot puts are picking up. I don't know. We're getting bot puts down below 6,600 too. Maybe it just keeps bleeding. Hmm. So the market dumps at 223 and the vid day is next what's on the tape projecting. What? Numerology, Mike. You need to calm down. Feliz cumpleaños a ti, señor Pepinillo enorme. Come se dice en español rico. Te gustan los pepinillos grandes, Johnny? Hmm? Te gustan. Your Spanish is awfully polished for a New Yorker. Uh-oh, Burry's tweeting about inflation. Jesus Christ. Why is he trying to ruin everything? I've been talking about this shit for like 3 years. He thinks he can just pop up in the last 2 weeks and be like, called it. Fucking asshole. I didn't say when it would happen. I just said it was gonna happen. So it wasn't early. It was just right. Waking up when Brady shoots an image of J-Pow leaning forward in a chair. Oh, Jesus. Dork was trying to get Andrew Ross fucking Sorkin on the podcast, which was embarrassing, by the way. As embarrassing as Houston Wade, kind of equivalent, yeah. We're gonna visit today's lower implied move now. No, probably not. Market makers are making way too much money out of how overpriced options are. $66.04 is the expected move according to bar chart. Must be weird being wrong. What's the gamma strike expected move? So 66.98 and 65.36, I think. It just depends on how it's calculated. It's probably based off the same shit, though. Mm, Eternally grateful for all you do. Without you, I would have never become as financially informed as I am now. I feel like I get through any storm. I know it would go to war for you. Love always. Thanks, Taco Man. I appreciate it, dude. That's very nice. How much longer do we have to wait out this chop? No idea. Hmm. Ooh, a little bouncy. Hmm. What does this have to do with banks? We're pumping because tech is pumping. Also because I said mean reversion into close due to NVIDIA earnings. We'll get back to 50. There's still synthetic longs at like 45, 50. There's some resistance here. It's shockingly not a lot, though. It just long, so this is gonna crash. It can. See, bulls need to step in here and sell puts or buy calls or both. Not buying a lot of calls. They're gonna fail. Oof. Ouch. What are you gonna treat yourself to for your birthday? I don't know. Just bought a bunch of 35 calls. Don't forget the whole $50 for an appetizer. How could I? Cigar and a double shot of Glenlivet 18. 18? Hmm. Suspect. It's a weekday. All right, so they're buying the 35, selling the 30, and Bears pushing back anywhere? Not really. This doesn't look very strong. How's that working out for them? Not great. I gotta check how old my Miller Lite is. I would like to revert the mean. Hmm. Bull flag. Yeah, little bit. I feel like above 35, it's a pretty clean breakout to like 60. I don't know if tech will get a hard enough pump, but there's definitely enough sold calls that the squeeze could be fun, especially above here. Well, it's power hour. I don't know. This could very easily just get rejected and shit the bed. So I wouldn't bet too strongly on anything. Steak. Thanks, Spaceman. Can we make yummy tummy noises then? Yep. I don't think you eat the eyeballs from the scallop, though. Generally. Thank you so much, Popcorn. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Give Popcorn a shout out for hooking you up.
Cornichon. Cornichon.
Thanks, man. Happy birthday to you, too. Happy Pickle Day. Me and Popcorn Trader aren't related at all. What are you talking about? What? Weird. It is my birthday. Really? Put ratio spiked? I mean, put premium? Or put call ratio spiked and then went down? Could be just call buying. Kind of looks like call buying. 66.30, 15, 6600. Bot calls at 66.65 coming in. Premiums aren't going up because a lot of it looks like it's in the money. Ooh, a little bit of positive gamma. You could really squeeze the fuck out of this. Squeeze up. I mean, I guess it could squeeze down if we fail 30 again, because they sold a shitload of puts there. But only down to like 15 or 10. Then there's a big fat wall of sold puts that would probably slow any further momentum down quite a bit. What are the chances Nvidia just ends up flat? Usually pretty good. That's terrible, Ron. You didn't even have to say the best you found. You could have just said nothing. I feel like that would have been better. Hmm. Almost there. Uh, You say 66, 65 earlier? Yeah. I went ham on 68.50s at 275. Nice. Huh. Nice, Poe. It was a hell of a bounce. So many more votes than there are likes on the stream. Now you run into some resistance here. Watch out for profit taking too. If profit taking pulls us back under 50, this gets bearish really quick. I don't even know how old I am. How the fuck am I supposed to tell you? That's not a joke. I'm really not sure. All right. All right. I'm back. 50 close. Tomorrow's looking a lot like calls bought up to 6,700. Sold puts at 6,660 for tomorrow. Just trying to buy some call hedges for the overnight. Holy shit, those are expensive. $68.40 for tomorrow. $68.50 tomorrow is 20 cents. Welcome to Billionaire Baptizzle. Thank you so much, man.
The pickle jar where we send it, oh, it cries. Slapping bids, selling rips. IV's high, so am I. Degenerates don't hedge, we just double down. Ride or die till the tendies come round. Moon or doom, ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no gain. Billionaires rise, no risk, no rain. Pickles up, pickles up, pickles up, pickles up. Sealed in the jar, legends are made.
I was just looking at them because they're exactly 3% to the upside. What if Nvidia misses? Priced in, right? Well, then my 100 puts for Jan of 2027 are going to print. No, they're 100 strike. There's not that many of them. How old? Old enough that I can afford to do stupid shit. Young enough to keep doing it. gosh, the yen. Those poor Japanese people. Yeah, I know, it's real bad. But JFresh called NVIDIA earnings up, so the only thing that would make sense is for NVIDIA to go down. It's kind of a sloppy end of day. Prediction for close? Oh, I don't know. Somewhere between 40 and 50. That doesn't look very exciting. It's got a little bit of a bearish lean to it. Not that much of one, though. See the delta flip dropping into close like that? That's kind of worrisome. Maybe 35? That'd be crazy, though. 35.30 would be fucking nuts. Oh, is the synthetic long at 40 gonna get fucked? Well, almost. I'm glad I didn't post my butterflies that didn't make money. Oh, wait. Oh, maybe they did. Nope. Yes. Is that it? Free butterflies. Thanks, Spaghetti Banjo. Also, great name. Ding ding. All right, so closed at VWAP, which is super exciting. Had a little bit of a downside today. Big breakout at open, but that kind of collapsed. So, still stability and realized vol crush on these bottoms. So I would be careful because volatility is trending down, even if price isn't trending up very much. Going into overnight, we'll see what happens with NVIDIA earnings, obviously. That's going to be a big deal. Dollar up quite a bit today on the FOMC news. Also, jobs data got pushed out, I believe, so we'll have to worry about NFP tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. Correlation continued to chop, although we got kind of a low near close here, and 3-month correlation's trending down. Commodities not doing so well on oil today, back under 60. Agricultural commodities down hard, but gold moving back up again, along with silver and copper. Thanks, boring. I appreciate it, man. Bond volatility is starting to pick up a little bit above trend. However, the turnaround in 3-month correlation today might stop that increase in bond volatility. Leverage on the carry trade, I think at all-time highs. Very close. The only time it was higher than this was like Jan of this year. So that's getting a little frightening. Also starting to pick up at the back end, or the front end rather. And forward yield on volatility really not coming down at all. 12.23%. I guess it got rejected a tiny bit there into close, but it was quite elevated. Skew up. A little bit of a turnaround in breadth, but nothing significant. Correlation between VX cash VIX picked up today, so the downtrend is over. Looks like short vol is pulling back, probably on longer dated positions. So I would say like probably picking up downside protection on the like out beyond 14 days. And near term selling puts. Chances of a Fed cut actually went up, which is a little weird, but not very much. 10 2-year spread increased out to 54 points. And a little bit of relaxation in SOFR. SLD starts today, but continues through Monday. Cash demand should probably pick up into OPEX. So we might see this turn around, but cash on the front end a little bit more liquid. And quite a bit of up volume today. Might be down a little from yesterday, but not too much. And then leverage picked up on the little bounce here. So and that leaves us still kind of chopping around the trend and 6,600 support. Obviously, that's where we're looking next for a failure. If we lose the 2022 bull market trend, that'll be the next downside, with the 50-day moving average the target on any upside move. So pretty simple, not a very complex setup here, but we got to see which way it goes. The upside move was rejected pretty hard and failed to get out to the 50 MA, but we did have a bounce at the bottom, so a little bit indecisive going into the overnight session, which isn't looking so great right now. Actual B-Day. Yep. So happy birthday to me, and thank you guys for tuning in. You have a lovely night. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.